All right, hey guys, welcome to Teachers Not Live Trading. December 8th, 2022. So we are going to take a look at some things here on the chart. Um, so Futures Night Live, what we do is we check out some futures trading, and we're looking at NQ, crude oil, ES or S&P 500. First thing I always do is just come in and set some levels just to check things out, see where things are at, just off a chart. Hey, how's it going, Feed more? Not bad, not bad. I tell you what, I feel a lot better today than I did yesterday. I woke up last night in the middle of the night sweating, but I felt good. As odd as that may seem. I don't know if I, you know, shook it out of my system or what, but I did feel much better. So yeah, just trying to get through this cold. Full disclosure on this, or risk disclosure. Uh, please be aware of future trading. There is a chance of loss, so please only do what you can from a financial perspective. So whenever I logged into Ninja today, it moved. Sorry. Yeah, so it moved my contract to March 23 for NQ. So we're in the middle of rollover. I don't know the exact date of rollover, um, but because I typically go off of what Ninja tells me. But that is a good thing to look up. And let's just check that out. There's always kind of a gray area of when you should because it comes down to volume. Yeah, see, it says, I mean, it says 12 for the ES, and that's in 4 days, but it told me to roll the NQ. So let's just see what they say about NQ. But like I said, it really comes down to volume and when you're comfortable with doing that. Does it? Okay, so the Z2 is still December. All right. And I don't know. I wonder why I wonder why Ninja prompted me to roll it. And it only wanted me to roll NQ. Didn't want me to roll ES. So we'll go with, let's just stick on the D's. because we want the volume. Definitely want the volume. Well, we've definitely got some good movement. That's a good sign. Oh yeah, just looking at the CME, we definitely want D, stay on D's. I don't know why it prompted me to move things over so early. But it is on a run. Look at this. This is good. Let's see what happens when it gets up here. I want to see what kind of order comes through. I'm going to stick with two contracts tonight to start. Close to where it wanted to go, but I'd like to see it get up to 59.75. Um, yeah, that's going to be tough. Maybe 58. Let's see if it blows through this, but may have a chance to get short. Looking to see what it puts in, see what comes in. Okay, it did. It made it up to 59, but it may not be done. I know. So let's see what happens here. I'm watching this. May not be done. All right, I would sell if they get full. I did a sell as. Mm, I still got room. Ultimately, I think it's coming down to, um, yeah, that was pretty simple. All right, so that was an easy peasy quickie. Yeah, that was a. I knew that was kind of knew that was coming with what what I saw come in order flow. Let's just mark that. All right, so one for one at $80. Um, yeah, so let's just see what happens here. There were a few big levels right at 60 quarter, 60 75, 61 70 75. Oh yeah. Okay, so if this comes back up, I'm gonna put a buy stop in right here. But it's got to make it up there. It's got to make it up to 56.75 before I get in. And it may not do that. It may be out of juice. Let's see what it does. All right, come on, get up there. I got it too high. I want 50, 56.50. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, let's see what happens here. I I had the wrong ATM in, but that's okay. I'll work with a runner on this one. See what happens. Move this guy up. But first things first. Ooh, to the tick. Didn't get filled. Come on now. It's got some trap things going on here. You got to get up there and take them out. It went to the tick. 58.75. Didn't get filled. Let's see what happens. Oh, yeah, you got to get up there. Come on. But I think I am going to put this right. I'm just going to take the scallop. I'm not going to deal with the runner. Not at not in the evening. First things first, though, we got to get up there. You got to get back up to that 58.75. There's just there's some things in the way, and yes, up at 71, 39.71. Small thing in the way at 70.75. There you go. That away. All right, two for two. So two for two, 160. Now I'll be interested to see if this thing's got legs. Push up higher, but I just wanted to get the quick scalp. That's all. How's it going, Sharon? So right away we got two trades in. I mean, almost immediately. And the way I do it is I typically just do scalps for 2 points. And this first one It got up to this area up here, and it kind of went where I wanted it to, um, which was 59. And as soon as I saw that it got there, I knew I had to pull back a little bit. I was going to get rejected just a little, especially with what I saw come in through order flow. So I hopped in, took it short for 2 points, made that one. Then it came down here, it got exhausted, and I saw some other stuff come in. It started to do some exhaustion here, so I wrote it up for another 2 points. So we're two for two. This is kind of, I mean, this is like an ideal trading night right about this time. So that's good. How you doing, Sharon? Do you do are you a avid trader or all right. Well, that's good. Options. Haven't had the pleasure to do options. Look at this thing climbing up. If it gets up above 61.75, that's a good sign. And there's another level here at 65 quarter. Let's just put that one in. Now, if it doesn't go any higher than this, I got a feeling it's just going to top around here for a bit. Yeah, I mean, futures are just a different animal altogether. And the cool thing about futures is you can get funded by passing combines, and you don't have to trade your own money. Yeah, I like the bourbon. Um, my favorite bourbon. Wow. I would probably have to say, at this point, it's one of two, Stag Junior or Penelope Architect. But there are so many out there. I like E.H. Taylor, um, even, something like New Riff. That's good. But to be honest with you, I really like just regular Wild Turkey 101. I mean, it's for a cheap bourbon. You just can't beat that. You find it for $21 a bottle. You can't find some of these other ones, Stag Junior or like Weller, even like a Weller Special Reserve, but they have other things like Antique 107, which is they're all hard to find. All the Buffalo Trace products are hard to find, and they're expensive when you do find them. But you figure out if you hunt enough for it, you find places. Yeah, I love Wild Turkey 101. You just can't beat it for the price. Actually, the taste is great. It's like one of those bourbons that when I first started getting into bourbon, I didn't really appreciate wild turkey, and because there's tons, and I tried a lot. Um, immediately you go to things like what's popular. Oh, Blanton's, that's great. Everybody's talking about it. But then after you've kind of looked around and you see all the different bourbons and you've had experience with them all, you look at wild turkey and it's like I think about it like it's like one of those bourbons. It's like, I don't know, rolled through the dirt or something. But the flavor is just great. It's complex. It's good. It's cheap. So yeah, I really like it. And one of my favorites is have you ever had the rare breed, wild turkey rare breed? That is really good. It's not too expensive. I get it at I get it at Sam's. I get wild turkey rare breed at Sam's for $44. That's not bad. Compared to some of these others that are like 80, 90, $100. I can't be spending that. Yeah, I really like it. High proof barrel strength. I think it's I think it's 115 proof, right around there. All right, so we're just chopping right here. There's a lot of fighting going on around this area. Not much to do. Yeah, I'm honestly, Charlie or Charles, that's the way to do it. Just try things out. There are just so many good ones. Try New Riff. If you haven't tried that, try New Riff. That is New Riff is about they have a single barrel and then they have I can't remember the other one. It's just the basic one. Single barrel is around 113 proof, depending on which batch you get. They range from 107 to 114, but that's around $50, and then a little less. And then some of the other one, I think it's small batch, and that's around 39. But that's a good one. If you don't want to spend that kind of money, um, you can usually get something like Yellowstone. Like I tell you, the place to get things is Costco and Sam's. Costco has a great Barton-based bourbon. It's probably the best bourbon you can get for the price next to Wild Turkey. And you get it's 1 liter for like, I want to say $24 or something like that, $23. And it's really good. Are you serious? What state is that? Maryland, really? I wonder why. I tell you what, one of my favorites as well is Woodford Reserve Double Oak. That bourbon is really good. It is definitely different. Really good, deep, unique flavor. All right, so it's trying to struggle through here. Let's see what happens right at this area. It's fighting. It's coming up against a couple of levels. Uh, there's one right here at 61.75. I think that's, yeah, right here. And it kind of pushed away from that. It's it's something that should hold things up from going up low eventually. Yeah, double oaked is really, really good. It's one of my favorites. So, Sharon, are you still on? If you're interested in getting involved with futures, because Sharon put in here that she trades options, and if you're involved or if you're interested in trading futures, um, are you familiar with combines and how you can pass a combine and get funded? And that basically means that you don't have to trade your own money. Once you pass the combine, okay, so it's something that nobody ever told me either. I just kind of had to find it and learn about it. But what you can do is sign up for a combine, and they cost anywhere from 50 to $100, and you can trade different size contracts. Like the smaller size is what they would call like a $25,000 account, and then they have all the way up to $300,000 account. Um, but you take this combine and they have a goal, and you follow that. If you meet the goal, you have to trade for the one that I use is Apex. You have to trade for a minimum 7 days, and if you meet the goal, you get funded. But it doesn't end there. It's not like, okay, I'm funded and now I can go and trade. I mean, they have limitations. So, like for example, a $25,000 account. I'll just use that for an example. There is a $1,500 drawdown. If you lose $1,500 in your combine, you're done, and you have to reset, or get another account, whichever is cheaper, because they have a lot of good specials going on. And I'll send you one right now, actually. But what I was getting at is you pass the combine and you get into a paid account. or a funded account, and it's you don't trade with your you don't trade with your own money. They they fund it. So the psychological advantage of that is incredible. It's huge. Okay, so what you can do is I'm trying to see how this. There's a coupon code that will get you 50% off of a combine. Oh, here you go. Okay, so go here. So go there, and then as soon as that page loads, look under Apex Trader Funding, and there's a 50% off coupon, and it says I think it's QXFM PLQS. And you use that coupon when you go to check out. So if you click on get started, it takes you to the accounts that you want, and you can see like the contracts. For example, 25K, you get 4 contracts, or you get 24 minis or 20 micros. Your profit goal is $1,500, and your trailing threshold's $1,500, and then you just follow it from there. But that way you can get you can get your foot in the door, just like Charles said. Get your foot in the door with one of these things. You know they give you Ninja Trader, and you can use Ninja Trader for free as a platform. And then data, of course, data is all included that, but you have to follow the instructions on how to get things set up. But they have good videos for it, and you just need to follow the links, and they'll explain everything to you in a video on how you get everything set up. But yeah, like I was saying, the psychological advantage of not trading your own money is incredible. I traded my own money, 8 years ago. And it was 8, 10 years ago, whenever I first started. And every time I got into a trade, I had no idea what I was doing. And I started, and I mean, I can laugh about it now, but at the time it was insane. But I would start and I would get into this like, oh yeah, this looks easy. I'm gonna make money. No, it is not easy. This is not easy. They know how to take your money, and you have to be knowledgeable about this. It takes you a while to learn everything. All right, if this hits 68, okay, I think this is going up to right at 65. It's gonna hit this thing right here. Let's see. Okay, well, we'll keep an eye on that. But what I was saying is, yeah, I went in there, went into it like, I can do this. That's going to be easy. Yeah, there it goes. I knew it. I knew it was going to hit that thing. Okay, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens after this. Still rolling. Look at that move. Wow. All right, it's going to hit some pressure here at 71.25. Let's put that on right there. Oop, oops. So yeah, what I was saying is that I went into it thinking, oh, it's going to be easy. I can make a lot of money, blah, blah, blah. And and then probably the first day, I don't know, I probably lost $1,000. And what started happening is I got upset and pissed off. And then I started revenge trading. I over traded. And the next thing I know, you know, day two, wiped out $4 or $5,000. And that I was talking about this yesterday. The feeling in my stomach was just like, I can't believe this. This just happened. You're thinking to yourself, I just want to go back to yesterday morning because my account was so full and now it's empty. So the bottom line is you just really got to watch it. Yeah, I mean, I was so dumb about it. Yeah. Some people like me, I almost had to go through that process to understand. I had to go through that process to understand that feeling because I never want to have that feeling again. And that changed how I started to approach trading. I wanted to get a mentor. I wanted to talk to other traders and learn, watching videos, learning different things. So yeah, just exactly, Charles. It's one of those things that sometimes you have to go through. You blow up an account and you understand. At least now you don't have to put in 5 grand of your own money. You can do a combine and um and it, it's not really risking their money. It's you pay you pay 70 whatever $75 to get into trading and you can trade 4 lots, you can lose $1,500, but that's not your money. So that's the way to do it. And that's how you learn. Yeah, exactly. What you lose is the monthly fee. And so like that combine, for example, so 25K is $147 a month. That's $73. So 50% off of that is $73. And that gets your foot in the door, that gets you trading. Um, and then if you trade for 30 days, it charges you that amount again. But I honestly have yet to go a full 30 days before well, I can't say that. No, I have. But the majority of the time, you are either in one of two situations. You've passed the combine or you're doing a reset. And when you're just one thing, that's not good advice. I mean, what I'm trying to say is what I really want to say is don't take it for granted. Don't just trade wildly because that's not your money. Trade as smart as you can. Like here we on a in the evening, I only like to take 2 to 3 trades just in the day in general. And so I've got one that's short and one long. And $160, that's my goal for one day in the evening. I think we're kind of lucky to see a move like this around this time. It's 8:06, and this happened. Oh, what 7:20? That's when it started. This whole move up kind of went sideways here for a while and took off again. So let's see what happens. I'll tell you another thing that really helps too is just being able to talk to somebody about trading. It does. It helps if you can talk to anybody that's knowledgeable. It definitely helps. If you have a bad day or or whatever, you go through your stuff and keep track of what you did because it can get wild. Yeah, evening time's real slow, and that's kind of I kind of like that. Um, but just being able to talk to somebody, it'd be cool if we had like a forum in here, so or everybody could talk. It would be kind of tough, but I don't know if that's possible. But yeah, if you guys just want to put a comment in to chit chat about whatever, do it. Don't be embarrassed. Like, if you're new to trading or if you want to know information about it, just put a question in or ask a question because I've gone through a lot of combines. I've traded a lot of different products, a lot of different platforms. You hear a lot of stuff. I haven't, by far, I haven't been through a lot of it, but well, I've been through a lot of it, but I haven't been through everything, that's for sure. Like one of the guys that was on here yesterday and day before Jesse, he trades a forex market based on the Nasdaq, and I've never heard of that. I mean, I've always just stuck to CME based Nasdaq, ES, crude oil, etc. I had no idea there was a forex based Nasdaq product, but I thought that was interesting. And it's funny because I'll talk to my like my nephews who really don't know anything about this, and I try to explain to them. I say, yeah, this is an option if you're interested in doing something like this, and they can't understand how they keep asking me, they can't understand how can you sell something you don't own because they're so used to the regular stock market. And so I have to try to explain that to them. And the best thing that I came up with is that I was like, okay, let's just imagine that you buy, I just made an analogy for them because they're younger. So I said, just imagine that you play, let's talk about baseballs. You bought four baseballs and they're sitting over here on the side and you see the stock market moving up and down and up and down. So you take one baseball and you put it in the market where you think it's going to go. If you're going to either buy it up or you think it's going to go down. So you can either buy or sell. So you can take one baseball and use that, or you can use four baseballs and put all four in there. Now each baseball is worth $5 per pick. Anyway, so I was trying to explain it to them, and it was kind of funny. They were laughing, and they really didn't know what to think, and they still couldn't understand it. And that, I mean, it is for some people, it's hard to understand. But I mean, the bottom line is you have a margin, right? And like I think just in general, one Nasdaq contract is maybe $400 margin. So it's almost as if you're putting $400 in buying or not buying, but reserving that contract to go either up or down, whatever you want it to do. All right, so it's a little bit of a support area here at 60 quarter, right there. Let's put that in. Um, so I'm not saying that that's going to hold it. If this makes it up to 65 quarter, yeah, it just did. Oh, it's too late for that. If it should now make it up to it should make it to 67. Let's just watch it because I didn't get in. There it goes. It hit it almost. Yeah, it hit it, but he may not have gotten filled. That would have been a good long, but I was yakking and not looking. But regardless, I've already taken two trades and I'm good. If I do anything, I'll do maybe one more trade with one contract or something like that. Yeah. So and yeah, that would have been a good one to get into. That would have been a perfect trade to get into. I use order flow. So I see orders. I look for exhaustion and I look where orders come in. Um, behind these candlesticks, there's orders that are being placed. And there's levels all over. There's levels all over, up and down, up and down. See, like this one, that's a good level right here. Now, if it pokes through that, then that's a good sign that it's got a little bit of energy. It could be, it's like, yeah, this is definitely showing some strong movements, which is good. Yeah, yeah, looks like we got a small crew in here. Hope everybody's doing good tonight. I was sick as hell last night. Finally got over that. At least it's much better today. Yeah, it was weird because I woke up in the middle of the night just drenched in sweat and but I felt good. I don't know. I must have just completely sweat the virus out or something. But yeah, I feel totally better today compared to yesterday. Wow. But hey, it was my turn to get sick, I guess. So let's see what happens here. I mean, it's been on a pretty good increase here. Too bad I had a whenever I first put this trade on, I had a runner going, but I took it off just because I wanted to get the 2 points, and that was it. Typically, in the evening time, it's kind of unusual to get these type of moves. To be honest, I mean, from down here to up here, that's a really good move for the evening. All right, so let's put let's put some stuff here. That's a potential destination. Um, let's just see what happens. I think it's gonna chop here. I think it's gonna slop around for a little bit. So right around 7 o'clock, right around 7 o'clock, this thing really started to charge up. I don't have any news as far as the Asian markets go or Australia. Ending news. Um, Not long. Probably, I mean, as far as live streams go, I've only been doing it for a few weeks now. Okay, if this comes down, if this hits 69.75, it could possibly go 2 points, but I'm not going to get into it because, yeah, let's see if it hits 67.75. Dang, it did right away. All right, well, it did what I expected it to, so that's good. Well, this should be interesting. See what happens here. Okay, no, darn it. I was looking for potential. Going wrong. You know what? I kind of got bored and I thought it would be interesting to do it because I never see any live trading going on in the evening. And I know there's got to be people out there that like to trade in the evening. So I just thought it would be something interesting to do. And it's really only the time that I get to do it. And I like the interaction, actually. It's kind of cool to be able to talk to you all. Yeah, like I was saying, it looks like I got disconnected for a little bit, but um, I think it's neat just to be able to talk to you and talk to you guys out there, and interact with people, other traders that are interested in this stuff. I mean, I'm still learning a lot about this, learning a lot about trading. Whenever I first started, all I saw was an ATM machine, thinking, man. I'm just going to go trade and just pull money out just like that, print money. And that is not how it works. That's for sure. It is a hard, hard, hard game. And a lot of people end up, it just depends how you play it. A lot of people end up losing a lot of money. But, these days with combines and funding companies, it's much easier to get involved. But yeah, I started streaming just because I thought it would be interesting because I never see, like I was saying, I don't see any live trade rooms out there in the evening time. And I mean, that's the majority of people who don't trade during the day. Most people in this world have day jobs, and this is something that you can do at night. So I thought it'd be fun, interactive, and something different. Yeah, me either. How was the weather out in Washington? Was it nice today out there? It was pretty nice. Here I'm in the Midwest, snowing and 10 degrees. Well, you better get your snow shovel out. It was pretty modest here. Okay, you plug your tractor in so it's easy to start in the morning. What does that mean? Does it keep it warm? Okay, yeah, so it's easy to start up. I get you. Yeah. Yeah, they say that's the hardest thing on the combustion engines is cold weather. And my brother he's a mechanic. He works for Delta Airlines, and they did a test of regular oil versus synthetic oil. And they filled up two mason jars, one with regular oil and one with synthetic oil, and they put them in the freezer and they let them sit there, I don't know, overnight, maybe 2 nights. But when they pulled them out and they pulled them out of the freezer, they immediately went and tried to dump them out. And the only one that really moved was the one that moved was the synthetic oil. The the regular oil did not move near as fast. So that I mean, it explains itself because it makes sense. I definitely use synthetic oil because of that. It's easier on your engine. It lasts longer. Yeah, it was surprising to me, but they're the mechanics. They're the know-it-alls. So, but yeah, that was a kind of a neat test. All right, so nothing really going on here. It's, it's good movement in general, though. Um, you don't really need that anymore. I'm gonna move that out of the water. That one too. 60/50. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens when it comes down here to 60/50 right here. A little bit of an area could come down, bounce off that, um, it's not a trade I would take. Only if I saw something specific come in through hmm, something specific come in through orders. All right, let's look to the left. So went up here. This made that high. Yeah, we're kind of in neutral territory. Anybody's ball game. The other reason, Creedmoor, you asked why I do the streaming. It seems like every time I watch some kind of a trading video, somebody wants to sell something. And I don't know if it's selling you on the strategy that they're doing or it's selling selling something. I don't know. So I just thought, let's just I just want it to be real. Let's talk bourbon and let's trade. Hopefully, the little bit of knowledge that I have with this will help anyone that joins in. So we're two for two. I'm sticking with that. I'm hoping it comes down here, uh, back to 60 quarter, and and I see some stuff on volume profile that says, hey, it's exhausting here, might run up, maybe grab another couple points. 60, 75. Yeah, right in there. But if I'm gonna change this, 50. Yeah, okay. Just kind of flattening out. It's a little bit of a fight going on here between this. Wait, where was it? 69, 50. Yeah, it got up there and made this high. And then right through this whole area right here has been kind of a fight. Oh, I'm just now reading this. Yeah, lots of scammers out there. Yeah, I know. I didn't buy indicators. Yeah, that you just have to look out for that crap. Indicators. I stay away from anything that I pretty much see on like Facebook. Maybe I should. Maybe there's some stuff out there that's really cool, but I don't know. Anything I see on Facebook advertised, I'm just like, what? Come on. Now, if it's just a regular individual talking about another company, like I come in here and I talk about Apex just because I think it's great. Maybe there's something better out there, but I went through Top Step and their stuff is terrible. Well, not I can't say that. It's not terrible, but it's hard. Um, and it's different. You have to use scaling. There's a ton of rules that I was breaking left and right in, scaling and different things like that. And when I actually found out about Apex, which I don't even know how I found out about it, it's like a Google. I think it's just a Google search on funding companies. But I just looked at them and said, okay, I'll check it out. But I'm not trying to pump them. I'm telling you that's what I use. there are a bunch of other they're really starting to flood the market now, these funding companies. So just watch out for what you get. Yeah, I think they're learning that. I will say one thing though, Top Step really, they defined this whole funding game. I don't know, not game, but the funding business. They really defined it and made the market for it, but it's bringing in competitors, and that's good because now all these other companies are competing with them, and Top Step's learning that, yeah, we need to change some stuff up because we're losing business. I imagine they're losing business to, these other people like Top Step, but there's also like when Jesse was on here talking that he does NASDAQ trading through Forex or FX. Forex is some way. I don't know exactly. I haven't looked into it, but there's a lot of other funding companies, a lot of Forex traders, and uh, they uh, they're doing, changing things, and the market's getting different. So I think it's great. It brought in competition, made things easier. Now, the one thing I will say about like with Apex, what I learned is you get through, but this is really with any. Um, I'm not going to compare the two, but I will say with Apex, you only have 7 days, right? And you can win, beat your combine, and you can get funded. But they you then have to get your account. You start from scratch again, so it's almost like a phase two. But you have to build your account up again, which is fine because if you don't build your if you don't build your account up and withdraw money on a by bi-monthly basis, like every 2 weeks, you're not going to succeed at trading. So you have to chip away. You can't look for the $5,000 day or the $10,000 day. Well, at least I'm just talking from my experience in trading with small contracts. Whenever I first started trading, I was like, oh, I'm going to make 5 grand today and just, I'm going to make $100,000 this year. It's just not how it works. You just have to be really mindful. So it came close. It came close to this area right here, and it pushed off big time. Let's see if we can get through this 67.75, which is right here. Let's see if it gets through that. Yeah, that's what oh man, I was hell bent. I'm gonna get rich quick. That's what I was looking for. I thought this is gonna be the easiest thing. I'm gonna make so much money. And you have that set in your head, you get that mental thought. And then when you get killed and you lose money, you're like, oh, oh my God, my dreams are shattered. My dreams are shattered. And it's so depressing. So yeah, that was a huge like aha moment, wake up moment for me. Like, oh my God, if I'm gonna do this, I gotta get serious and take it seriously. I can't be screwing around and hopping into trades and you know jumping into things, trading news, all this other stupid stuff that it's just it's easy to get sucked into it. It's like a video game. It is. I swear, you're right, Charles. I mean, it is staying consistent. is the hardest thing. I will say, the one thing that has really changed me is order flow because I was going, I was simply going off of charts and indicators, the classic indicators, but order flow just shows you where the actual orders are coming in. Yeah, you have to rewire your brain. And you can't think of it as I'm going to get rich. You don't want to get rich. If you come into trading saying, I'm going to make $1 million this year, forget it. Forget it. The market and the algorithms have you figured out from day one. They just they'll just, chew you up and spit you out and you're going to feel like crap. So just be mindful of that. Yeah. Yeah, footprints and um, other charts like that. Market profile. And one thing, like one of my neighbors is he's a livestock trader, like cattle and hogs, and he does grains too. And he's like, dude, you got to do market profile. You got to do market profile, and I didn't know what it was, and instead I went and spent money on a mentor, which was okay. I learned a lot, but I did spend a lot too. And in the end, it didn't really get me any of the results that I needed because it didn't give me a true definition of specific trades for the most part. But I learned a ton. I learned a lot. And if you go into this, without having some sort of like mentor or just somebody that you can talk to, man, is it hard. There's a lot of things that you don't understand. These algorithms, they're, I mean, they're, I don't know what the exact percent is, but I will say 50% of the time they are looking to run stops. Okay. Because every time you put in an order, it's typically an order that you have a profit and a stop loss. So they specifically look for when orders come in and they look to run that stop. And it's not just it's the thousands of other people that look at these classic indicators and they prey on that in a way. Because if you think about it, let's just say let's just say for example, you get short right here. You think this is going to come down, right here, you think it's going to come down. Well, it exhausts out. You put a bunch of orders in here, you got your profit target right here, and then you got your stop loss up here. Well, the big institutions and the algorithms see that through order flow. Sorry. And what happens is they'll bring that market up and they're going to start hitting your stop loss. And it's like boom, 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 boom. You have all of your sell orders right here, and they're just buying it up. All the retail traders, they're just buying it up. So you just have to be very aware of that. Clear my throat. Yeah, they see that's true. I mean, all of the bots and the algorithms and all of the institutional money, they know how to prey on that. So you have to be mindful of these institutional. They've got all kinds of money. They can hop in the market and change everything in a second. So that's the one thing about order flow. For example, you see, you know, in these behind these candles, there are orders. And if you see that there's, you know, 100 contracts that are exchanged right here, and then it comes down here and there's two contracts exchanged right here, then it's getting exhausted, right? Because it's coming down, but there's no more buyers, and you can see that. So what's it going to do? Most likely it's going to either go the other way unless somebody just randomly steps in and just says, "Oh, I'm going to sell 1,000 contracts and send it back down." You just don't, that's the beauty of overflow. But I will say, like, support and resistance, it's huge. It's very, 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 very huge. Classic stuff. So just like that, like right here, it's there's a you need to keep track of stuff like that. That's why I mark these charts up like this. Charles, where are you from? What area? You in the States? You abroad? We were talking to Jesse yesterday, and he was from Tokyo. It was noon his time, right about now. And Creedmoor had mentioned he's from the West Coast. Oh, Baltimore. Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're in Maryland. So it's getting late for you. Well, it's 9:55 your time. Anybody else in here have any thoughts or comments or interesting conversation? We were talking about bourbon earlier. Yeah, I feel like that's a lot. Um, I feel like that's quite a bit of people. All right, see you, Creedmoor. Have a good one. People have day jobs, so they just, they can't, they don't have the luxury of trading during the day. And, it is the time where the markets just move like crazy. Like there's a lot of whipping around, and you really have to know what you're doing. So it's exactly why I trade in the evening too. I have a day job, got a mortgage, got kids, bills. Yeah, I know. Oh, totally. Yeah, a lot of people work from home these days, and it's easy to, get sucked into the markets during the day because there's big moves and whatnot. But you get distracted, and it's you've got to look after your primary income. That's why I only do this on the side. So if I get, like today, two trades in the evening time, okay, I'll take $160. And if you get consistent, and hey, that's good money, you know. If you can average, I don't care if you average $50 a day, that's $1,000 a month. That's that's a car payment. You don't want to have to depend on that, but that's why you can't, like, that's, man, I was just hell bent on becoming a trader, and that was my living. That's what I was going to do. That was going to be my living. There is no way you can do it unless you are financially sound, you're financially set, you have medical insurance, all those different things. You have a supportive spouse that basically well, in my case, it'd be a she, but um, you have a spouse that can provide and pay for all the bills. I don't know how you can, you know, and you're an expert trader. I don't know how you could do it full time. The security that you rely on for a salary and stuff during the day that you're good at and that you're making a living at is really what counts. Oh, totally. Think about that. Think about how intense. It's a good comment. Charles just said, I feel like if I had to rely on my trading income, it would totally screw my psychology up. Yeah, I mean, think about that. You're right. I mean, your psychology changes because you lose a trade and you're like, that's money out of my family's pocket. Am I going to be able to make the mortgage payment? That is a huge psychological effect. Now, if you have a spouse that does all that, then you can make a case where, okay, I'm going to try this, and you can do it full time. But let's be real, it's not always the case. At least it wasn't for me, and I feel like 90. I don't know what the percent is, but I think the majority of individuals feel like they need to, provide and make sure that they've got things taken care of from a financial perspective. So let's see what happens. We kind of came up here and touched this area. Trading at night, there's not a lot of volume, just my perspective. So when it comes up and it hits some resistance like this, there's a good chance that it's going to come down. You can get a couple points out of that. But like I said, that that is subjective. It's always subjective. And you just don't know. That's why I say to go off of order prints for the most part, because there's nothing really in the way until you get up to 75. So it's a guess, it's a guess if you're not looking at order prints. But okay, so something just fired off on the ES. Let's see if it gets up to this 75, 75. Oh, crap. Okay. So there's a couple things between 75, 75, and 76, 75. Let's see what happens. I'm taking this up to 76, 75. Dang it. Let's see what happens if it can get through these two areas right there. The same thing, like Charles, what you were saying before, the same thing about psychology is if you're not trading your own money, that's a big thing too. That's a big game changer. Okay, it's working on it. Wow. Okay, ES. Yeah, ES is pushing this up too. That's the ES. Let's see what happens here. A lot of stuff in the way on the ES, but man, it's going to try and power through that. ES is going to try and fight to get through this area right here. 73.25. Right? Yeah, right there. Um, it's going to be interesting. And then that'll have an effect on, and NASDAQ, of course, because you'll see if the ES moves whatever, half point, 2 points, sorry, half point, that's like 10 points on the NASDAQ, and they follow each other. Um, they really, really follow each other and build off of each other. Now the S&P has much more power because of the volume that it has, in my opinion. I don't know for a fact, but that's just my experience and what I think. Yes, is trying to get up there. Go through the 7350, talking about the ES. Got the 7375. Nine 9:10 Central Time. And I gotta think the ES is gonna push back up. That's gonna drive up the NASDAQ, but it's I just don't know. It's trying. It's just that's night markets though. A little bit slower, a lot slower than day for sure. Here it's making a push, and I think this is gonna drive this up here into this area on the NASDAQ. This is where ES is in. It's only got like one or two ticks to go. Let's see. It's gonna want and try to get to 74. 73.50. Let's just put that 74. It's gonna try and get up there. Let's see what, in my experience, CS moves in 10-point increments. So you would think it would want to get up to 78.50, but I think for the initial target, it's going to try to get up here. But it may not. There's some stuff that's in the way, but it's pushing. I mean, it tried to come up here earlier, 2 candles ago, but let's just see if it pokes up there and hits that 74. No, it's getting rejected. Okay. Um, NQ. This was a fight up here. I almost want to go short. I almost want to, but there's something telling me I did not. Sorry. Okay. Quickly get my ATM changed. I'm gonna go short right here if it reaches that for 2 points. I'm gonna take this off. If I don't see something form right, don't be following me because, oh, this is an opportunity here for it to be going up. God, the ES is one tick away from 74. There it goes. All right, taking that off. ES hit that 74. Now I don't know what it's going to do. It's probably going to back off of it. Who knows? I mean, you can see the trend's up, so it could shoot right through it. This is almost the, okay, let's go back to here. NQ. All right, I'm not gonna do anything just yet. If I could get filled, if I do a buy bid, it's just too much of a squeeze. I don't want to try and squeeze that in. This should make it up to 80, 80 quarter. Oh, this should make it to 80 quarter right up here, I think, right there. It's gonna struggle in this area. There's there's a lot going on here. From 80.75 all the way to 84 quarter. But it should shoot up there. Uh, unless, unless some orders get in the way, but there's a little bit of a fight here. I'm not getting into anything right now. I think this is gonna make it up right here to the 80 quarter. Now up here, it's anybody's ball game. It just depends what kind of orders come in for that. But I mean, you can see this trade short and this long trade, that was all based on flow of the order flow of the market, and I haven't seen anything since then. And the ES is pushing up still too, so that's it's right at 74. I mean, it's trying. It's right at 74. It's got something in the way. It's 74 quarter, but that it should shoot through that, I would think. And that's gonna if that does, it's gonna cause the Nasdaq to go up. But I'm more interested to see what happens up here in this area, anywhere from 80 quarter up to 86. See what happens. Trying to sneak up there. Yeah, yeah, there it goes. Okay, so hit the 80 quarter. Now it's entering this area of some pretty big concentration here of resistance. But ES is still still cranking at 74, 75, 74, 75 there. Yeah, let's see what happens in this area here. And again, with this being the night, it's these levels, you know, it's hard for NASDAQ to get through these levels just because there's not the volume that you typically see during the day. So it's not as easy. So that's why they're pretty significant. But I'm looking for some specific stuff to happen. And right now, there's nothing in the way of the ES to keep cranking up. And if that happens, um, who knows? But anything's possible, right? Anything in the markets. But in the evening time, you just have to understand that it just does move a little bit slower, and support and resistance really have a big impact in the night zone. I'd love to see it get up a little bit higher and kind of get exhausted to put in a quick short, but I'm not doing anything yet. In my opinion, right now, NASDAQ's just following the lead of the ES, and it's anybody's ball game right now until it hits this concentration area or this big area up here. But it could blow right through it because there's nothing in the way of the ES. And if the ES goes up 2 points, that's like 20 points on NASDAQ. So, all right, well, what you gonna do? Move sideways. Stall out for a bit. All right, 9:28 p.m. Central Time. Interesting. So let's see. What is it gonna do here? Okay. It looks as if it's going to get rejected, but I didn't see any form of exhaustion, at least from an order flow standpoint. Okay, so let's watch, see what happens here. There's no way I would have gotten long here anyway. I mean, the only thing that I would have ever thought to do would get short, but I didn't see anything in particular that I wanted to see from an order flow perspective. That's okay. I mean, I've made I'm 2 for 2, so I'm just being conservative, trying not to get hurt too bad. All right. So it did its thing. I mean, it came up here, it hit this and came right off of it. It would have been a it would have been a higher probability trade rather than going up. Yeah, I don't think it would have, being in the evening, I don't think it had a prayer to go through that. So, thinking back through it, I probably should have, taken a short, but that's okay. I was hoping to see something specific because it may have come up into this area here, which then and, if I would have seen things form right, then I would have gotten short there, but it didn't, and that's okay. Just being conservative. 9:33. Um, I gotta think thing's gonna charge up a little bit. 75 to at least 77 quarter, right there. Yeah, there's 77. Yep, 77.50. Let's see. I think it's gonna try and make its way back up here. I don't know. It just depends on what the orders say. Hit that 77 quarter. It should it should get through that. Well, you're gonna stop at 77 quarter now. It's gonna blow through this. All right, there's 77.50. It hit 77.50, and now it's back to 77. It should hit 77, 75 is where it should go. But maybe not. It's in no man's land right now. I mean, there's nothing to get into right now. Nothing to do, nothing to do here, in my opinion. It's just kind of fighting around up here, below volume. ES is kind of stuck up here as well. Check out crude. Yeah, it's kind of chopping around as well. But I mean, NQ in general, it made its move. I'm just curious to see what it's going to do in the next few hours, but I'm not going to be on too much longer. I've taken these two trades, and pretty much these were almost gimme trades, and I'm not seeing anything like that come in. There's a lot of levels, there's a lot of congestion, there's a lot of fighting going on right now, not a lot of volume. So this is where you just stay out unless something specific forms. If, for example, if the NQ comes down to like 7350, around 7350 this area, and it starts to exhaust here, I mean, there may be an opportunity to go long, but it could go the same way. I mean, it could exhaust up here, right here, it could exhaust, but it's not showing me that. So, I'm there's just too much of a battle, and you just can't tell. It's just like it's not a high probability type of trade. It's just okay, just take it to hop in the market so you're in. That's where the whole video game aspect comes into trading. When you look at this as a video game and you're like, I gotta get in here somewhere. I'm bored. I'm sick of looking at this thing. I need to get in here and do something. Well, that's where you get chopped up. I mean, that's where you get screwed up and you lose money. So don't treat it like a video game. I know I did. I thought I would get bored. I'm like, I'm just desperate for getting in, and I would just do the stupidest things and just lose money. Just lose money. Yeah, it's easy to overtrade. I mean, it is. It's so easy because you think, you get bored. You're looking at this and you're like, oh man, where's it gonna go? What's it gonna do here? Oh, I'm just gonna go short. I'm just gonna go short. Screw it. I'm sick of sitting here waiting. You just can't do that. I mean, that's where you get tore up. So, right here, congestion and fighting all up in here. Don't, it's just, there's nothing to do right now. I mean, the only thing to do would be, um, if you were to watch and see specific things happen with order flow. But there's a big area up here. Um, the ES is, it's kind of in the same situation. It's just, it's fighting and there's not a lot of volume, so there's really nothing to do at this point. If something were to come into play, then I would look. I would definitely, I would mention that. But this area right here, it's just a lot of congestion, um, a lot of resistance. There's a lot going on up top, and this has been a battle, so you just don't know which way it's going to go. If anything, if anything, yeah, it's going to come back up and retest this and see. But I'm also looking at see what the ES is doing because that's most likely kind of what the Nasdaq's following. Yeah, good point about the over trading. And it's easy. It is so easy to overtrade. It's easy to watch your money go away too when you overtrade. So this is going to be interesting to see what happens up here. It's approaching it's approaching the high 81.50. So that's whenever we first kind of came into this area, I was expecting it to kind of come in a little bit higher up here. And that's where I probably would have gotten short. But now I'm kind of curious to see what happens here. Um, did it make it? No, it didn't. It didn't even make it up that high. It's not done yet, though. Yeah. Okay, so it just broke the high. Let's see what happens here. All right. Yeah, that could totally be possible. Jesse is long. ES is moving up. I'm not seeing anything particular for me to get into. But I tell you what, there's some volume coming in though right now. And if this forms a pattern potentially for me to get, no, it's pushing down. See that that's that this whole area right here. I knew it was going to have problems. Yeah, damn. I I mean, there would have been a place to get in, but I saw nothing from an order flow perspective of exhaustion up here, so I'm not gonna. I didn't want to get short up here for me because it could have flew through that, but I wanted to see something specific in as far as exhaustion goes from an order perspective. Now I'm looking to see some exhaustion down here to take it back up. That's possible. The big thing was it broke through a bunch of stuff here. But I'm right now I'm not seeing anything. from an order flow perspective, I was hoping to see, come down here and see some sort of exhaustion. But see, this could have been like, if somebody were to look at this and say, okay, you know, maybe it was down like this. Somebody would say, okay, there's a triangle forming here. Whenever it breaks out, go, get into that. But that's what um, sometimes they play off that and they'll say, okay, yeah, it's a fake out. It goes for a little bit. I mean, shit, it went what, 77, 10 points. It basically went 10 points. So that'd have been a good, quick scalp. But it kind of went up and got rejected from this area. I'm looking for something more specific than that. Thanks, Jesse. Tell you what, Jesse, I feel a lot better today than I did yesterday. Man, I felt like crap last night. Holy cow. But earlier I was saying I woke up in the middle of the night drenched in sweat, and I don't know. It's like, but I felt better. Yeah, I totally felt better for whatever reason. It was interesting. Yeah, I swear I was drenched in sweat, and but I woke up and I'm like, man, I can breathe. My nose was it wasn't as clogged up, and I didn't feel any kind of congestion in my chest like I did last night. But so yeah, thank God for that. Must have sweated it out, like you said. So I think so. There's 10 people on this thing right now, this live stream. I think that's the most we've had ever. Well, that's cool. But what I was saying earlier to, I think it was either Charles or Creedmoor. There's no live trade rooms or anybody to just kind of, vent their thoughts or, trade in the evening time. And we were saying how, we don't rely on trading for our livelihood. It's kind of a side thing, so if we can make 160 or whatever, $100, $50 a night, that's that's what's good. And yeah, one thing we were saying is, when we first started, it's like, I'm gonna do this full time. This is gonna be my full income, and life is gonna be great. My lifestyle is gonna be amazing. And then you start thinking, and then like for me, I pump in 5 grand into it, and I start trading, and I'm wiped out in 2, 3 days. This is at the very beginning, wiped out 2, 3 days, and then you're like, wow, I need to keep my day job. So, I've got to pay my mortgage. I've got other bills. I've got, I've got this. I've got that. I want to have a car. I want to have an income. I want to have medical insurance. I mean, think about the pressure of having to pay for all of that stuff while you trade. Yeah, no thanks. I just couldn't do it. Yeah. I mean, until you can get up to, some pretty big contract size and you can make two, three trades and a couple $1,000s a day. That's ideally when, you can have a little bit of financial freedom, but you have to be consistent. That's the thing. If you can be consistent, then you're set. But I don't know that I haven't. Yeah, 1K a day, that's ideal. I have yet to meet someone in person that actually has is in that situation. One of my friends who mentioned earlier, who's a cattle trader, he trades a lot of volume, but he even has a side business that he depends on income as well. I think, and it helps him. It helps his income. It helps his mental stability as well. All right, this is making, just trying to get through that, power through that area. Let's extend this. I mean, the ES has a lot of room to run. I mean, it's got at least another point, a point to 2 points before it starts to see any kind of initial resistance. So that would take the Nasdaq through this level if it did that. And it's trying. This is the ES. So it got up here again to the 75.75. Let's keep an eye on Nasdaq. Oh, hey Will, this is a Ninja Trader. These are the only as soon as we got into this room, it was like boom, boom. We made these two trades, and that was it. I mean, there were a couple of others that I contemplated, but I didn't get into them just because I've hit my kind of my daily goal. If anything, I would have gone one contract, but I didn't really feel like it. I'm happy with where I'm at. So, but if something presents itself, then I'm not afraid to get in again. All right, so it got rejected again from that area. I mean, it's got. I'd be. I'm not going to be shocked if it doesn't go through it and it just comes down here and meanders for the rest of the night, or at least for the next couple of hours. But you just don't know. Nighttime, you have to expect it when it gets to these areas, you know, the volume's not there. It doesn't have the day volume, so you have to expect some exhaustion and nobody's buying it, you know. There's no volume and it comes up here. It's like, okay, who's buying this? There must be something going on that I'm not aware of. Yeah, this is US futures. This is NASDAQ. Um, this is NASDAQ. This is crude oil, and then here's the ES. I typically focus on the NASDAQ just because I like to get in for like 2 point scalps is what I do for the most part. So there's, two contracts with 2 points. That's $80. And, we've made two trades. I've made two trades and it's 2 for 2 for those. So 160 less the commissions. Dang. Okay, there may be, I don't know that I'm going to get into this. No, it's just too choppy right now. If anything, there's maybe a long opportunity, but at the moment, this is a very iffy area, and I don't want to do it because I'm definitely playing conservative right now. But even if I were to, it'd have to get back up to 82.75, which is right here. Let's see. If it hits 82.75, if it hits 82.75, it should go to 85 even, but I don't trust it. There's too much fighting going on right here, too much chop. How's everybody doing tonight? Pretty good. Thursday night, Thirsty Thursday. Jesse, did you get out of are you in a swing trade at the moment? You talked about that last night. Okay. Oh, gold. That's GC, right? Gold. I haven't traded that in a while. Now, is that like the same ratio? per tick as the NQ, or is it different? And also, what would you call the future, the Forex version of NASDAQ or the S&P? It's okay, it's actually different from broker to broker. Okay. So would the US 100 be hey Will, that's good. I'm doing good. Is the US 100, would that be considered the S&P, or is that the Dow Jones? Okay. Okay, so it'd be US 500, right? Oh, US 30 for Dow. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I've never seen that stuff. And what would you call it? Did you say it's called FTM? Just because I am only used to futures, American futures. Okay. Just looking to see if this hits 82.75 right above here. One big company is FTMO. Okay. 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 This should get up to 84. Yep. There's 83.75. There you go. 84. Oh no, sorry. 80, 85 quarter. 85 quarter. This should get up to 85 quarter right here. I would think. Let's just see what happens here. Okay, so it's called, so the big company FTMO. Let's see if this can hit the 85 quarter. Get my projection right. Eh, can't see it. This should get the 85 quarter. Let's just see. I'm kind of curious because it may not, because there's a lot of this, you know. fighting going on. It may not get there. That's one reason why I didn't take the trade, but it was an opportunity. It's just I don't, there's too much fighting going on right here, and the volume's not huge. So, all right, is this thing gonna get up there or no? Or what? No, there's a lot of chop in here. That's why I didn't. That's why I didn't get into this. ES is still kind of running. ES still running up. I mean, it's hitting that 75 area. If it gets there, I mean, you've got these people selling here, here, here. It may just try to take them out and run stops. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna hit. Oh, there it goes, blew through it. So, uh, I mean, I gotta think it's gonna, yeah, it's gonna run through this for sure. Right. Well, I think I don't know. ES is hitting a small patch of resistance, but I gotta think it's gonna blow through it. The way the market's been acting tonight, but it still hasn't hit. I mean, it may try to hit this high. I don't know. It just depends on. I think it just depends on what the ES is gonna do, and I think it made a pretty good move. And it kind of, let's see, it went 75. Yeah, I don't know. That would have been a, it would have been a good one to get into, but there was so much congestion here and fighting. So I didn't want to risk anything. Now this, now this has a potential to get rejected here, but Let's see. Let's see if this thing can make it down to 82 quarter. 82 quarter. If it makes it to 82 quarter, it's probably going to make it to 80. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think it's at least in this initial time frame. 4 quarter. Yeah, it's at 80. Let's see if it can come down to 82 quarter. I don't know. ES is still fighting up, and there's not a whole lot in its way. So let's see. We were here at 68. Like I was saying earlier, the ES likes to move in increments of 10. I mean, in general. So, I mean, I don't know that it's going to get up there, but it seemed like this was the down move. Stop kind of here, could just meanders, put self weight back up there. But I'm kind of curious to see this. This hits in NASDAQ. This hits 82 quarter. Let's go in on this. Jeez. Okay. I wouldn't be surprised if this hits 82 even right here. Let's put a little thing here. 80 even. Is that right? Yeah, 80. Kind of laid a foundation to do that, but there's just a lot of there's a lot of fighting going on here. So it's hard to say. That's why I wouldn't have taken a trade. That's why I didn't take a trade. My little proud profit here. Ten eighteen. 10:18 Central Time. And let's see if it makes it to 87 quarter. If it makes it to 87 quarter, sorry, 87.50, that would have stopped me out. So let's see which one it hits first. 87.50. Did that get me? No. F is in the way. That's where my stop would have been at 87.50 right there. It wouldn't have got me out, but let's see if it can make it down here to 82. And then it should go. If it's gonna go, it should just, just boom. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do? Yeah, I mean, and he was making a nice move up, really, overall. If this is gonna hit, if this is what I know. If this is gonna hit this 80, it's gonna do something like this, gonna go boom and hit it, and then retrace. And then after that, who knows what it's gonna do? But let's just see. Because it got exhausted up here and people were going long. So there's sell orders down here. It's all, but it may go with it. So because now there's exhaustion down here. But if the computers or the algorithms sense that up here, that it should sense it and boom and take them out and just start hitting all these sell orders, or they'd be buy stops. Oh, look at that. So it doesn't want to do that. See, isn't that something? I mean, it came all the way up here. We would have got stopped. We still wouldn't have got stopped out at 87 quarter. But I'm curious if this is going to just come and boom right here to this 82 area. Because the reason I didn't take that is just because of all of this fighting going on. If there was no fighting, a lot of fighting going on, I would have definitely taken that trade. Let's just see if it just booms down there. But at some point, even if it does come down here and hit that target where I would have, potentially hit my target, there's a lot of selling going on right here. So then the next thing is, okay, let's go back this way and take out all these sellers. So what are you going to do? You're going to take them out right here. I mean, I think if Nasdaq, like, it's got potential to, you know, get higher because there's a lot of selling going on here, and if there's not a lot of volume, and it's not the institutions doing this, then it's the institutions ready to come in and say, take out all these sellers right here. And this is exactly why I didn't get in this trade because of all of the fighting right here. I'll have to bring that. Yeah, maybe I'll have to bring that gold up at some point. I used to trade gold when I was in a specific in a trade room before. But I don't have to work tomorrow, so tomorrow not until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so I'm kind of happy about that. So I don't mind staying up a little bit later, hanging out with you fine folks. Yeah, I mean that's probably man, you're hopping in and out. I'm long in Q 11,668. Yeah. Oh, that's where you got long 11,668 charts. Okay. Yeah, if it okay, so that's a good sign that it's popping up like that because I think at some point it's going to want to take out everyone that sold here. So um this may be good for you. I mean, and the trend is up, you know, the trend is up. So if you really think about it, it's going to continue on with that, right? It kind of went past this area. Yeah, there's maybe a little bit of a bump in the road, but it kind of got past that and sellers came in, tried to take it down. And this is where the sellers, if anything, they would have, or the buyers rather, the people buying right here could have gotten stopped out down here in the 80s, but it didn't make it there. So there's a good chance that if it comes up here, it's gonna, you know, fly up at least 5 points. But it's kind of curious. I'm not getting in this just because it's a fight right here. So, but odds are it's going to go up, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. I'm still seeing if it would have hit my hypothetical. But that's what I'll do sometimes is, I'll take um I'll get my two trades in, three trades in, and then I'll go on sim and practice some of these trades to keep consistent. But I'm curious, Jesse, when it gets up here to 686.75, I think it's gonna blow through it. Yeah, I'm with you. All right, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go on sim, and as soon as it hits where my stop would have been, why is it asking me that? See if it flies up. No, I'm not planning on starting a trade room. If anything, I figured this is a trade room, so I'm just gonna, do this. Futures Night Live on YouTube. I got that name from Saturday Night Live. Easy, but whatever. What do you call a night room? What do you call a night trading room? You know? Yeah, SNL. Instead of Saturday Night Live, it's Futures Night Live. Well, it's not going to sit here forever. That's for sure. Something's going to come in, and something did just come in. It's showing exhaustion. Uh-oh. It's going to hit this. It's showing exhaustion and some, yeah. I mean, it's showing a little weakness there, right here, but it should, it should just come down here and hit this. I'd be really surprised if it did. Dang it, my headset's going dead. There it goes. Well, it's almost there. Ooh, there is a little thing in the way, but man, it's been going through that crap all night. I don't see why that would stop it. When it come down to 81, and there's our 82. Well, I got an 80. Yeah, 80. There's our 81. There's 80. It's a little, as a little thing in the way at 80.75, but it's been going through that thing all night. I don't think that's gonna have any effect on it. It should pop down here to this 82. No, it is. It's a fight right here. But the thing, it's what's funny is there's no real volume, but there's been some big orders come in, but they're just kind of sitting back. I wouldn't be totally shocked if it went, flew back up, but I'm expecting this to come down here to this 80, even if it just touches it and takes these orders out and then flies back up. But who knows? Let's see. Because um it stopped right there at the 80.75. So we still wouldn't have been stopped. Well, of course, we wouldn't have been stopped out because that was our stop out right here. If we did that, which we didn't. Okay, well, it had its opportunity. It got all the way to 81 and it said, "No, you're not coming down any further so far." But it's just, it's just this is just a big fight. It's exhausted, unless somebody comes in and says, I need to see it hit 80 and take out all these people, then it's not going to happen. There's exhaustion on both sides, so it's going to go one way or the other. If I had to guess, I'd come down here, touch 80, and fly up. But let's see what happens. It's 10:37. So usually there's a little bit of action, like right around 11 o'clock, midnight, on the top of the hours. So in other words, we may be staring at this sideways stuff until 11 o'clock, another 20 minutes. Just do what you gotta do. Yeah. I mean, take out the 80, get the 80, and then go up. I mean, that's really what it's wanting to do. It's just there's nothing coming in to force it. So but the UK market doesn't open until what, 1:30. Uh-oh, we're getting close. Oh, it hit it. It hit it. There it is. Yeah, it hit it. You can't tell from the candlestick. You see it? It flew through it. Sure enough, sure as shit. Isn't that something? Isn't that crazy? It hits the 80. Yeah, it came all the way up here, almost stopped us out, or we didn't get in the trade because there's all the, crap, but yeah, it flew through and it hit that 80. That's where our target would have been if we'd gotten that trade, but I didn't, I wasn't risking that just because of the fight. Um, but I think what you were saying earlier, yeah, I think if it gets back up here, it's going to it's going to fly up about 5 points. Yeah. Oh, that's another thing. Speaking of gaps, I don't know how often, I don't know how avid of traders that you guys are, but if you ever see a a gap a gap up or a gap down, how do I describe this? A gap up or a gap down on a daily chart, it is going to do whatever it can, or not the daily, but between, you know what I'm talking about, between from the shutdown at 3:30 to the open at 3:30 Central to the open at 5 p.m. If there is a gap up or a gap down, I guarantee you at some point during the day, that gap is going to get closed. That's been my experience anyway. I don't trade off of it. It's just an observation. Rain is starting in 20 minutes. Oh boy. Yep, it's just kind of dead right now. But it's just amazing that it came and literally just filled this, hit this 20 or this 80. I mean, there's nothing in the way until like 75, 75 down here. I just don't see it coming down that far. But who knows? I mean, it's just drifting right now. Some things kind of powered it down to come and hit these buy stops. I just can't see it coming down any further. There- Anything can happen. Canceling that order for now. So is this, I mean, in general, I'm the one doing all the talking here, so I'll be honest, I'm not a good conversationalist. I don't, you know, have a lot of interesting things to say. So I kind of go off of your comments, but if you guys have any like questions or feedback on what you would like to see, or if you have just curious about something, maybe it's a platform or funding, or just, you know, just different trading questions in general, feel free to ask. If anything, it's just conversation. 1044. 1044. Dang, so we've been on here 4 hours and 20 minutes. Now, granted, no, I can't say that. This stream has been going for 4 hours and 20 minutes. We've been on here for at least 3 hours, 45 minutes. I know I have been, but I started it early, um, just to get the charts up. All right, guys, I think I'm gonna call this a night. 10:45. Been on here over 3 hours. I think I'm gonna go make myself a nightcap. Probably, I don't have to work tomorrow morning, so I don't know. I'm thinking maybe a wild turkey rare breed, or a maybe a Woodford Reserve double oak. I think that sounds good. I don't know. I'll have to go and check it out and see what happens. Maybe I'll have both. How about that? All right, so I'm gonna head out. I'll leave this up for a little bit, leave the charts up, these levels and whatnot. You guys, yeah, I like both of those. I said earlier that somebody had asked me what's your favorite bourbon, because I've done bourbon reviews, and probably my two favorites right now, I said, are Stag Junior and Penelope Architect. But I'm telling you, those two are right behind it. The Turkey Rare Breed and Double Oak, Woodford Double Oak. Yeah, you know what? Those videos, I just um first of all, my son he is in the broadcasting club, so he does videos all the time. And and so he laughs. He laughs at those videos. They're so terrible. I mean, just the whole cinematography part of it. He makes fun of me for doing it. He did the video. He put the video together about the lamb. Ooh, I love Old Forester 1920. That's another one of my favorites. So if you go on my channel, uh, in this YouTube channel, you'll see that we smoked a leg of lamb, and he put the whole video together. So he's good at that crap, and he just laughs. He laughs when yeah, I'm doing another bourbon review, and he shows his friends. They're in high school. He shows his friends, they laugh. But hey, I thought it was fun. So, but yeah, um, yeah, I love me some Old Forester 1920. One thing I haven't had, yeah, one thing I haven't had is I haven't had Old Forester 1910, and that's supposed to be a double oak. So that's that's my next one. They did. They added the March contracts. Um, Actually, what happened is Ninja, I have it set up so it automatically rolls them over. But it's a question of volume. And I'm glad that Creedmoor was on here and he's like, hey, December contracts are still twice the volume of March. Oh, I see the 1910. I see it quite a bit. And it's less, I think it's less expensive than the 1920. I mean, 1920, is 60 mainly like um probably around $60 in general, 55, $60. And the 1910 is maybe 50, so it's like $10 cheaper. But that's about it. How do you add March? Well, it depends on what you haven't had 1870. Oh, I don't know. I haven't had that one either. It depends what platform you're using. If you're on Ninja, oh, so you can just if you go up to the you see this up top here, you can actually just edit this. And if you backspace here and do 0323, it'll change it for you. Just hit NQ 0323 and then it goes right to that contract. But I'm sticking on the 1222 for now. It just depends on volume and how much volume. That'll come into play in the next few days. So I don't know the exact date of expiration. I want to say it's the 13th. So probably by Monday. I'd probably say Monday is when everyone's going to switch over to the 23, March 23 contract, if I had to guess. Just look at CME and look at the volume at the end of the day for whatever contract you're trading. So, all right, that's it. I got a rare breed calling me, so I will I'll leave this up and